in times where people throughout our country are experiencing a great deal of anxiety for a number of reasons. And in the midst of all of that, it is important that we not forget what is taking place not only in Ukraine, but back home here in the United States. And back home, right now, tens of millions of Americans are struggling economically to keep their heads above water. 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. And we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. And as someone who has visited senior centers throughout the state of Vermont and has spoken to seniors throughout our country, I can tell you that there is a significant level of fear and anxiety among the older people in this country with regard to what's happening right here in D.C. When we have a president of the United States and Republicans who are talking about massive cuts to Medicaid, let's understand, and seniors do understand, that we are not just talking about throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have at a time when we are the only major country on earth not to provide health care to all people, not just kids off of health care. We're talking about massive cuts to community health centers, which receive over 40% of their funding from Medicaid, and where millions of seniors go to get the primary care they need. And at a time when we already have a major crisis in nursing home availability, let us understand that Medicaid provides funding for 2 out of every 3 seniors who live in nursing homes. In other words, massive cuts to Medicaid would be a disaster for senior citizens throughout this country. But it is not just Medicaid cuts that worry our seniors. Today, quite unbelievably, and we don't talk about this anywhere near enough, 25% of people in our country who are 65 years of age or older are trying to survive on incomes of $15,000 a year or less. I myself do not know how anybody, let alone a senior with health care needs, can survive on $15,000 a year, but that is what 25% of our seniors are trying to do. Mr. President, this issue of so many seniors struggling to get by, struggling to heat their homes, struggling to buy the food or the prescription drugs they need, this is an issue we must address. And it is a crisis that is unacceptable in the richest country in the history of the world. And that is why, Mr. President, I am proud to tell you that within the next several weeks, I, along with a number of co-sponsors, will be introducing legislation that expands Social Security benefits and extends the solvency of Social Security for decades. You know, we're hearing a lot of talk about cutting Social Security. We should not be talking about cutting Social Security. We must be talking about expanding Social Security benefits. And the legislation that I will introduce would do just that. It would expand Social Security benefits by $2,400 a year, and it would not raise taxes by 1 penny on the bottom 93% of Americans, those who make less than $250,000 a year. And how do we do that? By lifting the cap and applying the Social Security payroll tax on all income above $250,000. Unbelievably, under current law, a billionaire pays the same amount of money into Social Security as someone who makes $176,000 a year. Elon Musk, worth $400 billion, pays the same amount into Social Security as somebody who makes $176,000. That is because under Social Security, there is an absurd cap on taxable income. If we lifted that cap and made sure that millionaires and billionaires paid the same percentage of their income into Social Security as the working class of this country, we could extend the life of Social Security for generations to come and lift millions of seniors out of poverty. Further, Mr. President, when we talk about the needs of senior citizens in this country, I want to mention that I will also be introducing legislation to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. It is unacceptable that millions of seniors are unable to read a newspaper because they cannot afford eyeglasses, can't have conversations with their grandchildren because they can't afford hearing aids, and have trouble eating because they cannot afford dentures. That should not be happening in the United States of America in the year 2025. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing is an extremely popular concept. Poll after poll shows that 80% of the American people, Democrats, Republicans, independents, support doing just that. Mr. President, when we talk about the anxieties that the American people are now experiencing, it is not just, to say the least, senior citizens. All across this country, there is a growing fear that the Trump administration is undermining the Constitution of our country, a Constitution which has kept us a free nation and an example, a model for the rest of the world for the last 250 years. During the last month alone, President Trump has attempted to usurp the powers of Congress, illegally and unconstitutionally refusing to fund programs passed by Congress. He has illegally destroyed agencies like USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that were created by Congress. And under the leadership of Mr. Musk, they have illegally and inappropriately gained access to tax data and Social Security data of millions of Americans, et cetera, et cetera. Every day, they are acting in an illegal and unconstitutional manner. And I would say this, and I don't know if people take it seriously or not, I do. Just this week, President Trump tweeted, quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," end of quote. Wow. In other words, Mr. Trump sees himself, the President of the United States, as above the law and immune from the basic rules of the Constitution and the separation of powers that have governed this country since the founding. Okay? Anything I want to do, I'm president, I can do it. Doesn't matter what Congress says, doesn't matter what the Constitution says, that doesn't matter what the rule of law is about. Hey, I'm the president, I'm trying to save the country. I don't need to hear from anybody else. That's not what Americans fought and died to preserve. That's not what this country is about. And with regard to the movement toward authoritarianism, let me say a few words about an area that I think has not gotten much attention at all, and that is Trump's attack on the free press, which is protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. Founding fathers of this country considered freedom of speech and free press to be enormously important. That was the First Amendment. Mr. Trump has sued CBS and its parent company, Paramount, for $20 billion because he didn't like how they edited an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. The company is now reportedly considering settling the lawsuit, and I certainly hope they do not do that, out of fear of retaliation from Trump's FCC. He did not like a television program on CBS. Well, many of us don't like television programs on CBS or NBC or Fox or ABC. but you don't sue somebody for $20 billion because you didn't like the program. And obviously, the intention of that lawsuit is clear, and that is that CBS and every other network and media outlet will now have to look over their shoulder. Oh my goodness, we're saying something critical of Donald Trump. Is he going to sue us for $5 billion, for $10 billion? Is he going to drive us out of business? Maybe we should not run that program. Maybe we should not do that investigative report. Not just CBS. In recent times, he has sued ABC. He has sued Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. He has sued the Des Moines Register. What crime did a little newspaper in Iowa make? What was their crime? They ran a poll which turned out, in retrospect, to be inaccurate. So pollsters all over America, be careful. There was a poll coming out just today, I saw it, that Trump's unfavorables are going up. Hey, you may be sued. Pull that poll. I mean, how absurd is that? And what kind of threat is it to freedom of speech and expression in this country? And, Mr. President, when we talk about the Trump administration's movement toward authoritarianism, we should take note of another remarkable and troubling set of events that happened just this week, and my colleague from Colorado spoke at length on that. We saw the President of the United States openly aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and abandon our closest democratic allies in Europe. Trump made it clear that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his pal, and our longtime democratic allies as his enemies. It appears that Mr. Trump wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but dangerous and unstable for democracies. And when we talk about authoritarianism, we have got to mention the growing phenomenon in this country of the big lie. The big lie. Say something that is blatantly untrue, repeat it over and over again, and then blast that lie out on social media until people actually believe it. And let me mention one of the very big lies that Trump said recently regarding the war in Ukraine. Earlier this week, the President said that Ukraine started the war. Trump said that Ukraine started the war. Really? That is, as I hope every member of the Senate knows, an absolute lie. Russia invaded Ukraine twice, first in 2014 and then again on February 24th, 2022. And on that date, February 24th, 2022, Putin's tanks and troops rolled into Ukraine. And on that day, Russian aircraft began bombing targets all over Ukraine. Russia started the war, period, end of discussion. Trump is lying. Since Putin's invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured every single day. Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones in Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children, bringing them back to Russian re-education camps. These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin in 2023 as a war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky, not Putin, but Zelensky, a dictator. And that obviously is not true either. Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections, and in the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and open and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump recently claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's invasion. He said the U.S. has contributed 3 times more than Europe. But that is another lie. In fact, Europe has provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States. But it's not just that Trump is lying again. That is not new. It's what this all reveals about where we want to take our country and where we want the world to be moving, what direction. Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. So who is Putin? And what kind of world does Putin want to build? Putin is a dictator who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end of the Cold War. Russia now holds sham elections where Putin wins 90% of the vote, and authorities there do not even try to hide their ballot stuffing. There is no freedom of speech or free media in Putin's Russia. Protests are violently suppressed. Tens of thousands of people are in prison for protesting Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Political dissidents are harassed or thrown into jail. The bravest, people like Alexei Navalny, are killed outright. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled Putin's Russia since his invasion of Ukraine. That, Mr. President, is the Russian leader that Donald Trump admires. But, Mr. President, my Republican colleagues know all of this. And what is particularly disturbing to me, and I believe the American people, is my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, understand and know that Trump is lying. They know that Russia started the war, not Ukraine. They know that Putin is a dictator, not Zelensky. But their silence has been overwhelming on this issue. I cannot tell you how many times I have sat here on the floor and I have listened to my Republican colleagues come to the Senate to condemn Vladimir Putin and his brutal invasion of Ukraine. And many of their remarks were right on the money, they were perceptive, and they were right. And my simple question to my Republican colleagues right now is, where are you now? Last I heard, Mr. President, this is still a democracy. Last I heard, we are still allowed to disagree with the President of the United States, even if he is a member of your own party. Last I heard, we are allowed to call out the President when he lies, blatantly lies, even if he is a member of our own party. And what really bothers me is I know that many of my Republican colleagues understand all of this. And I just want to give you an example of what is going on right now. Let me just quote a few of my Republican colleagues in statements they have made since Putin's invasion of Ukraine. These are Republican members of the United States Senate. And I'm not going to mention names right now. Don't want to embarrass anybody, put anybody on the spot. But these are quotes. One leading Republican said, quote, "We must remember that the instigator of this war was Russia. It was President Putin who launched an unprovoked attack on Ukraine," end of quote. And that Republican colleague was obviously right. Another Republican said, I quote, "I think Vladimir Putin started the war, I also believe, through bitter experience, that Vladimir Putin is a gangster. That's a Republican colleague. A third Republican colleague said, quote, "There is no equivalency between Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. President Putin is evil and he has to be stopped," end quote. Fourth Republican, and this is just a few of the quotes. I could probably come up with dozens of quotes. Fourth Republican said, when the war began, quote, "Today's invasion of Ukraine by Russia is a premeditated and flagrant act of war. Putin has violated the border of a sovereign country." And that senator later said, "Anyone who is surprised by Putin's deadly attack on a sovereign nation has not been paying attention. These are the actions of a madman," end of quote. And just recently, that very same senator said, quote, "Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. If we abandon Ukraine and throw in the towel, as some would like us to do, that is going to drastically change how people view the United States and how people rely on the United States, and there will be major consequences," end of quote. And a fifth Republican colleague here in the Senate called Putin a quote-unquote thug and compared him to Hitler. He said, quote, "Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal that needs to be dealt with," end of quote. That is what my Republican colleagues have said time and time again. And the question is now, do you have the courage to continue telling the truth when the President of the United States is lying? This is an extraordinarily pivotal moment in American history. And all of us must have the courage to stand up for truth, to stand up for democracy, to oppose authoritarianism. This is the moment. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
Families lose, billionaires win. That is the proposition at the heart of the Republican budget resolution. Now, this plan is going to be explored tonight through a series of amendments. And as the American people watch how we vote on these amendments, it'll become clearer and clearer what it's all about. Families lose, billionaires win. We will see tonight the Democrats vote against irreparable increases to the deficit, and Republicans vote to explode the deficit. We will see tonight Democrats vote against tax giveaways to the billionaires, and Republicans vote for tax giveaways to the billionaires. We will see tonight Democrats vote again and again to protect programs that support families, while Republicans vote time and time again to slash those programs. Those programs families depend on to be on their feet and to thrive, to move into the middle class, to move beyond the middle class, to know with confidence that their children will have a strong foundation for growing up. That is what we will see tonight. Families lose and billionaires win. Democrats will fight this terrible vision for America in every single way we can. Now, our Republican colleagues earlier on the floor said, oh, no, this bill is nothing except a little bit about border security and national security. If that were true, then why isn't this a conversation in the Spending Committee, the Appropriations Committee? If that were true, why did our Republican colleagues repeatedly block bipartisan border and defense bills? Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed a strong bipartisan defense bill. Let's pass it. Last year, the Senate negotiated a bipartisan border deal, and Donald Trump, the candidate, killed it, saying he wanted to exploit the issue of immigration on the campaign trail. Well, the campaign is over. There is a path now for that same bipartisan bill on the border. All of this makes it absolutely clear that this bill is not about border and defense. This bill is all about this: families losing, billionaires winning. This bill has a budget table that relays that they're going to slash $1 trillion in programs for families in just the last 6 months of this fiscal year, between now and September 30th. And to do so, to fund more tax giveaways to mega millionaires and billionaires. Cut the programs for families to fund tax cuts for billionaires. That's what this is about. We saw that also last Wednesday in the Budget Committee. Democrats offered amendment after amendment to protect programs. And what did we see? Protect against the rising cost of groceries. Democrats voted for that protection. Republicans rejected it. Make sure that we don't lose the tax credits that enable middle class to buy health insurance on the exchange. Democrats defended those credits. Republicans voted against it. Attack Medicaid, health care for the poor. Democrats voted to protect Medicaid, and Republicans voted against it. Lower the price of prescription drugs so we don't pay more than people in other countries. Democrats voted for that protection. Republicans rejected it. And on, renting or buying a home, controlling the costs. Democrats voted to defend and lower housing costs. Republicans rejected it. Making college more expensive. Democrats said no way. We voted against that. Republicans rejected so they could raise costs on college loans and on child care. That's what this bill is about. Families lose and billionaires win. Republicans rejected every single amendment to help families stand on their feet and thrive, and families are going to pay a much higher price. In fact, this budget resolution opens the door to higher prices on groceries. That's Trumpflation. Trumpflation has arrived. This budget opens the door to making health care more expensive, both for low-income families and for middle-class families. Trumpflation. This budget opens the door to making college more expensive. I was the first in my family to go to college. It was a really big deal that we found a way to be able to afford to go. My family helped out, and I worked my way all through college. Making it more expensive? That's wrong. Trumpflation has arrived in the form of making college more expensive. All of this strategy to increase the costs for Americans. Why? I'm not getting any calls to my office. Are you getting any calls to your office, colleagues? Saying we want to raise the cost of America? Didn't I hear Trump on the campaign trail saying he was all about lowering costs? But tonight, this bill is about Trumpflation, increasing the cost of goods to ordinary Americans. Yes, it's about decreasing the cost to billionaires through massive tax cuts. This bill is all about helping the billionaire team. But those thousands of phone calls I've gotten, some days I've had over 2,000 phone calls, not one single one said we want Trumpflation. Not one single one said we want tax cuts for billionaires. Not one single call at 2,000 a day said we want you to cut the programs that enable families to be on their feet in health care and housing and education and child care. Candidate Trump is a different person from President Trump. Candidate Trump said, I'm running to fight for families. But now, who's he fighting for? He's fighting for the mega millionaires and the billionaires. This is a great betrayal. And this connection exists between cutting the programs for families and funding tax giveaways to those mega millionaires and billionaires. And we've seen this movie before. We saw it in the 2017 strategy during the last Trump administration. They did a tax bill, and almost all the money went to the wealthiest Americans. So this isn't some like fiction about President Trump. This is a clear replay of the Republican plan. They did it before, and they're doing it again. Now, you've probably heard the expression during your life, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, America, you're getting fooled a second time. This is the great betrayal. Let's not let that happen. We will fight it here. But it's going to take American citizens rising up to their feet, getting off of the couch, joining organizations, making their voice heard. That's what's going to make the difference in the course of what happens here in Congress. It is the voice of the people on the streets, as well as the battle we lead inside this chamber, that is going to save us from Trumpflation, that's going to save us from the plan that attacks families and feathers the nest of billionaires. This connection between cutting programs for families and increasing tax giveaways for billionaires, it's actually in the Republican bill on the House side. They made it explicit. This House language says for every additional dollar they cut from the safety net, they can give away an additional dollar to billionaires in tax cuts. It's in the Republican bill in the House just down the hall. That's a pretty remarkable and bold thing to lay out for all of America to read. There is an additional factor here in the Republican plan, and that is to run the nation deeper into debt. We have seen this play again before. Each of these bars represents an administration. The first President Bush administration, the Clinton administration, George W. Bush, his 8 years, Obama's 8 years, Trump's 4 years, Biden's 4 years. Now, what you see is the difference between the deficit their first year in office and their last year in office. So what happened over the course of H.W. Bush's 4 years is the deficit went up. What you see in Clinton's 8 years is the annual deficit went down. His last deficit was not even a deficit, it was a surplus. George W. Bush came along and said, let's run that deficit right back up. And he did it. 8 years, a lot more deficit his 8th year than his first year. Obama came along and said, fiscal discipline, let's lower that deficit, and he lowered it year after year from his first year to his 8th year. And then we come to the first Trump administration, and he just blew the top off it all. Talk about the biggest contributor, the biggest deficits, the biggest contributor to national debt. It's the first Trump administration. And along comes the Biden administration and says, we got to lower those deficits. And his 4 years, his fourth deficit was much lower than his first. Now we're seeing Trump 2. And this budget plan tonight, that's this bar. This is going back up. Maybe not as large to be planned as Trump 1 in terms of debt, but absolutely going in the wrong direction. So it's a mystery. My Republican colleagues, they campaign as fiscally conservative. They say they're going to lower the deficit, and every single time they fool us. They come in here, they cut the taxes for the richest Americans, revenues proceed to fail to compensate, and they run up the deficit. And now they're going to do it again if we let this budget resolution pass. So let's not let it pass. Let's oppose it. Republican colleagues, come and join us in fiscal responsibility and take this budget resolution, laying out a vision of more and more deficits and more debt, and put it in the wood chipper. We've been hearing a lot about the wood chipper. Take this plan that cuts programs for families and put it in the wood chipper. Take this plan that gives tax giveaways to the richest Americans, the mega millionaires and the billionaires, and put it in the wood chipper, because it is wrong for America to attack the programs for families in order to fund tax giveaways to billionaires. President Trump has said he wants a big, beautiful, beautiful bill. But you know what? There's nothing beautiful about the bill that is on the floor tonight. There's nothing beautiful about destroying the programs families depend on. There's nothing beautiful about using those cuts to fund tax cuts for billionaires. There's nothing beautiful about running up the deficits and debt Republican style that they do every single time. What we have right now is not government by and for the people. What we have right now is by and for the billionaires. President Trump made that very clear at his inaugural address. Who do we have standing right behind him? Mark Zuckerberg, the billionaire of Facebook. At this end, the scowl on his face, Elon Musk, CEO of so many companies, including Tesla. Who do we have? Jeff Bezos of Amazon, one of the richest men in the world, along with Elon Musk. And we have Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, the mother company of Google. By and for billionaires, that's what that's all about. So Democrats will not rest tonight until we vote on each of our amendments to protect working families. We will not rest tonight till we vote on each of our amendments to stop the tax giveaways to billionaires. And tonight, Democrats will be fighting by ourselves, inviting our Republican colleagues to join us. But we will not be fighting for ourselves alone. We are fighting for the American family. This Republican budget, it is the great betrayal, and we, the Democrats, will fight to stop it. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Now, in a few moments, senators will begin voting on amendments to the Republican plan that cuts taxes for the ultra-rich. Everything that Donald Trump and the Republicans have done over the last month, all the chaos, all the lawlessness that we've seen, serves one crooked goal. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans are trying to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, the American people, pay the cost. It can be summed up very simply in this wonderful chart that my friend from Oregon has put together. What the chart says, under the Republican plan, families lose, billionaires win. What could be further from what Americans want? What could be further? Tonight, Democrats are going to force Republicans to defend their tax cuts for billionaires like Elon Musk. We're going to be here all night. We're going to put forward amendments forcing Republicans to defend their unpopular agenda, exposing the Republican plan for what it is: a massive, massive billionaire giveaway paid for on the backs of working class and middle class Americans. The Republicans know they want to hide this. They know it's not popular. They know 80% of the American people dislike this plan. So Donald Trump and others obfuscate. They want us to pay attention to Gulf of America, building hotels in Gaza, annexing Canada. Why? Why are they doing these bits of foolishness? They don't want the American people to see that the Republican plan has families lose and billionaires win. Our amendments will come in three categories. One, focused on tax cuts for the billionaires, trying to undo those. One, focused on the damage Republicans will inflict on American families in order to pay for their tax cuts. And one bucket, the final bucket, focused on lawlessness and corruption done in service to create chaos so they can cut taxes for billionaires. Those are the categories One focused on tax cuts for billionaires, one focused on damage Republicans inflict on American families to pay for those tax cuts, and one on Trump's lawlessness and corruption done in service to create chaos so they can cut taxes for billionaires. Let me repeat. Tonight, Democrats will force Republicans to defend their cuts for billionaires. And tonight will just be the first time. We'll be doing this over and over again, because we know that they don't want the American people to know that that's their North Star. Almost everything they do is aimed at getting those tax breaks for the billionaires. We're also going to force Republicans to defend their cuts on American families, cutting health care and Medicaid and education and housing and more, all to pay for the tax cuts for their billionaire buddies. Finally, Democrats will force the Republicans to defend Donald Trump's scorched earth assault on the rule of law, an assault he is waging in order to put more money in the pockets of billionaires. That's what tonight's all about, how Republicans want to help billionaires win, American families lose, and the rule of law burn to the ground. I thank my colleagues for bringing the amendments to the floor. We're going to be here all night. We have lots of amendments that are in these three categories. It'll be a long night, but it's a debate the American people need to see, deserve to see. And that's why we're here. We Democrats are glad to have this debate. Let's have it 2-3 more times. When they come up with this new reconciliation and that, when the House and Senate Republicans finally get their act together, bring it on. I am proud to offer tonight's very first amendment, one that makes a simple proposal. Nobody making more than $1 billion should get yet another tax break. That's it. That's the amendment. You make $1 billion, God bless you, you're doing fine, but you don't deserve a tax break. I'd love to hear the Republicans argue why, of all people who need a tax break right now, it's the billionaire class. In this era of high inflation and growing inequality, billionaires aren't the ones who should be getting the massive tax giveaway. They're doing just fine. Instead, we should be helping working and middle-class Americans get better jobs, earn higher paychecks, pay lower costs. So tonight, the very first question Republicans must answer is this. Do you agree, Mr. and Mrs. Republican Senator, Ms. Republican Senator, all the Republican senators, do all the Republican senators agree that billionaires should not be getting another tax break? Yes or no? And if you don't think they should get a tax break, a billionaire should get a tax break, just vote with us in supporting this amendment. We're going to get our answer very, very soon. And that answer, the American people are going to see over and over and over again, over the next hours, the next days, the next weeks, the next months. The second amendment will be offered by Senator Klobuchar to prevent Republicans from lowering taxes for billionaires if the price of food keeps going up. Donald Trump said, and when he was campaigning, he's going to bring inflation down on day one. But inflation's going up. Donald Trump, Mr. President Trump, it's going up. What about your promise? It's going to go down on day one. Grocery prices are up. Chicken, pork, steak, more expensive. Eggs, up 15% from last month. While Americans continue to struggle, paying for groceries, feeding their kids, the last thing we should be doing is cutting taxes for the richest of the rich in this country. And I will offer the third amendment of the evening, one that stops Republicans from kicking people off Medicaid to pay for their billionaire tax breaks. 80 million Americans, a little less than a quarter of all Americans, 80 million, get health insurance through Medicaid, from newborn kids to working moms to seniors in nursing homes and assisted living homes. Republicans have made it crystal clear that gutting Medicaid is one of their main strategies for paying for their massive tax cuts. Look no further than the House Republican proposal, a huge amount of the cuts to Medicaid. What do you tell people who need health care, who are working people who use Medicaid? What do you tell people who use community health centers, which give efficient health care, Mr. Musk, efficient health care? What do you tell a family who has a mom in a nursing home, and that nursing home will get cut, so mom has to come home and live with that family? Build a new room in the house, but wood prices are going up if Trump puts in his tariffs. What do you tell them? And remember, I would remind my Republican colleagues, when you tried this in 2017, tax cuts for the rich, cutting health care, in that case ACA, America didn't like it. They're not going to like it again. My amendment will ask Republicans, do they really want to cut taxes for billionaires so badly that they're willing to take health care away from kids, that they're willing to kick grandparents out of nursing homes and abandon Americans with disability and take away health care from rural America? We'll see what they do. Now, Republicans can spin their agenda however they want. They certainly will try to change the subject. They won't admit that their tax breaks are aimed at the wealthiest. They can try to pass one bill. They can try to pass two bills. They can try to pass 50 bills. Doesn't matter. They can slice and dice their policies in whatever order they wish. It doesn't matter in the end. Republicans' North Star is singular, unchanging. They're trying to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, American people, American families, pay the cost. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I yield back all time.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the first amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Schumer, number 454, Klobuchar, number 494, Merkley, number 473.
Schumer, that's my,
Without objection.
I'm supposed to be the third one.
You bet.
Right? Yes? Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the
I
Democratic
call
Leader.
up my amendment number 454 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 454.
Mr. President, I'm proud to offer tonight's very first amendment. It makes a simple proposal. No billionaire should get another tax break. I ask my Republican colleagues, yes or no? Do you believe billionaires should get another tax break or not? Vote yes on this amendment if you think billionaires should not get another tax break.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the targeted budget blueprint before us today would secure the border, strengthen the military, and facilitate energy independence, and take initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill, nor a health care reform bill. The instruction makes that clear. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access to the long term, especially in our already underserved rural communities. Mr. President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of the budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet a standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Crapo, Husted, Johnson, Moody, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Warnock, Aye. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Fetterman? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Schiff? Aye. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Fetterman? Aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Young, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Madam President,
Thank you. Senator from Minnesota.
I call up my amendment 494 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar, proposes an amendment numbered 494.
Madam President, I rise today with a common sense amendment, and that is that no one should be cutting taxes for billionaires while food prices are rising. Democrats and Republicans alike can agree that food prices are just too high. The price of eggs recently hit a record high of $4.95. That's 53% higher than a year ago. And wholesale egg prices have increased 30% since the president took office to more than $8. That means egg prices will continue to skyrocket. And as an aside, accidentally firing frontline avian flu workers isn't going to change any of that. Prices of other groceries like beef, fish, and fresh fruit have also increased, with the most recent Consumer Price Index showing overall food prices rising. Instead of focusing on $2 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, we should work together to lower food prices for Americans across the country. That's why I call on my colleagues to support my amendment, which will ensure that there are no tax cuts for billionaires unless food prices are lowered for regular Americans.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, the targeted budget blueprint before us today would secure the border, strengthen the military, facilitate energy independence, and take initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. The instruction makes that very clear. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access. Madam President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of this budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, hey guys. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Shaheen,
Lee.
aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Mr. Hoven? Mr. Hoven? No. Mr. McConnell? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I call up my amendment number 473 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment numbered 473.
Colleagues, the dream of homeownership is dying, and this is a big deal. Your home is your castle. It's a major source of wealth for middle-class families. And a factor killing the dream of homeownership is private equity, known as hedge funds, buying up homes all across America. In fact, ordinary families can't compete with their all-cash, no-inspection offers. They're driving up the prices to buy homes. They're driving up the rents. So today, let's take a step towards restoring the dream of home ownership. This is a deficit-neutral reserve fund that creates incentives for private equity and hedge funds to ease their way out of this market so that families can continue to be homeowners in America, their children can continue to be homeowners. Let's not let this dream die on our watch. I encourage you to vote for this because houses should be homes for families, not a profit center for Wall Street.
Madam President.
Senator Scott.
Madam President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Here's why. They're putting the blame in the wrong place. We all agree that housing prices have skyrocketed over the last 4 years. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle aren't interested in new solutions. They are willing to place the blame anywhere except where it belongs. The real culprit in the failed housing policies is the Biden administration. Under the previous administration, rental costs rose 20%. We should be discussing how to make housing more affordable for more Americans. I plan to do just that at the Banking, Housing, and Urban Development Committee. I urge my colleagues to work with me. Working with President Trump and Secretary Turner, we can achieve a housing comeback for the blue-collar workers. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Nays?
Is there a sufficient second?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thanks. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Kim, thank you. No, hold on a minute. Okay. I got you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Okay. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Okay, Banks, Curtis, Justice. Banks. Yeah, I got you. Curtis. Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Thank you. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Warner, number 130, Murray, number 878, and Hickenlooper, number 925.
Without objection. Senator from Virginia.
Madam President, I thank the Majority Leader for having my amendment. I'd like to call it my amendment number 130 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner proposes an amendment numbered 130.
Madam President, I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit any reconciliation bill that does not decrease the cost of housing for American families. I don't think there's any of us in this body.
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Madam President. That doesn't hear about the enormous rising cost of housing. And throughout the years of both under Biden and Trump, we kept saying, we're getting to housing next, we're getting to housing next. President Trump said on day one that he would come in and lower the cost of housing. He's done nothing of the kind. Instead, we have 3.7 million Americans who have a shortage of housing units. 30% of all renters pay more than half their income in rental cost. We've got to make sure we send a message to the American people that we're going to take on the rising cost of housing. One way we can do that is supporting my amendment.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Democrats are the ones who caused the record high inflation and soaring consumer good prices with their reckless partisan spending. The cost of everything is up 20%, and the cost of housing went up 40% during Joe Biden's presidency. Reducing illegal immigration and cutting energy costs through reconciliation are critical components of reducing costs at the checkout aisle. This amendment, however, is not in order. If adopted, it would jeopardize the privileged status of the budget resolution and could derail our efforts to use reconciliation. Since the amendment does not meet the standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I urge my colleagues to just vote no.
Madam President,
Senator from Virginia.
while I have great respect for my friend from South Carolina, and I do hope we can find some common ground on housing, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The previous vote on the amendment number 473 was not a point of order. The amendment was not agreed to. Yeas and nays have been ordered. On this motion to waive, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, no, that's Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blund-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Wyden. Mr. Lujan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Well, Mark. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, the Senate's not in order.
The Senate will be in order. Senator from Washington.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 878 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray, proposes an amendment numbered 878.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, the Senate is not in order.
The Senate will be in order.
Madam President, my amendment does two things. First of all, it strikes the reconciliation instructions. Secondly, it creates a reserve fund to implement a bipartisan multi-year agreement to provide $171 billion in discretionary funding for both defense and non-defense. Democrats do agree we need more resources to invest in our national security and address the challenges at the border and counter China. But we cannot leave the rest of the budget in the dust while we do that. So let's deliver investments to do both and make sure we also support our veterans, agriculture, disaster response, biomedical research, FAA, childcare, and more. These are all big challenges. Democrats stand ready to work with our colleagues, as we have in the past, including through our bipartisan efforts on the Appropriations Committee. But that can only happen if Republicans are willing to work with us. And working with us means actually working with us, not telling us to accept Elon Musk cutting $1 trillion in fiscal year 2025 to our priorities, which is assumed in this Republican plan, and at the same time spending $342 billion on their own priorities. It also means not sitting on your hands while Elon and Trump rip up our bipartisan laws. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. 2 seconds.
Who speaks in opposition?
Madam President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Yeah, this is a big-time no. They're rewriting the budget resolution. They want to take half of the $342 billion and spend it on things not related to what we want to do. We want to secure the border. We want to give President Trump $175 billion to secure the border through Homeland Security and Judiciary. We'll figure out how to spend it. We want to do $150 billion for defense because the world is on fire. We want to do $20 billion for the Coast Guard to help us become safer. They're rewriting the resolution. They're taking half the money we've dedicated for border security and defense and spending it on more non-defense stuff. We're tired of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to defend America in this resolution. We're not going to take half the money and spend it on more social spending. We're going to defend our border. We're going to make the military more lethal, and we're going to help the Coast Guard, and we're going to pay for it, something you would never do. So vote no.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. You're good. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. I got him. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. I got you. Thank you. I'll get him. I'll get him. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Did Sanders say Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Gotcha. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Thank you. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, thank you, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Cruz, I got you. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. White. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
On this vote, the nays are 47, the ayes are 53. The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to. The majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. The first is Bennett, number 540, followed by Schiff, number 316, then Sullivan, 1029, Schumer, 776, Ossoff, 407, Wyden, 308, Baldwin, 276, and Reed, 172.
Is there objection?
Sorry, sir.
Mr. President,
The majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask to amend the request that it be the Wyden 1156.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
I call up my amendment number 925 and ask that it be reported by number.
The corporal report.
Senator from Colorado, Mr. Hickenlooper proposes amendment number 925.
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, the United States is producing more energy right now than any country in the history of the world. We're in the middle of an energy revolution. We got here by embracing an all-of-the-above approach to energy, including solar, wind, and geothermal, to keep prices as low as possible for working people. Most of the energy that's ready to go today is clean and affordable. Any action that blocks the rollout of that will raise prices for working Americans. It's going to kill jobs and cede complete control of emerging industries to China. In the last few years, we've passed bills that make historic investments in American-made energy. These bills created more than 400,000 good-paying jobs, and yet there's an effort by this administration to trash the progress we've made. These actions will balloon energy bills for families, at least $240 a year for working families everywhere, at a time when they're struggling to afford eggs at the grocery, just as inflation begins to rise again. Rather than limiting energy or firing critical government employees, let's welcome our new energy future. A future marked by resilient energy, a grid built by American innovation that delivers cheaper, more reliable energy for every Coloradan American. Simple yes or no point of order that would ensure nothing in the budget would increase energy costs for working families. How could you vote against that?
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, reducing energy costs for all Americans starts with reducing red tape to develop our abundant energy resources. If we build more gas pipelines, if we build more power plants, more transmission lines, we'll lower costs for consumers across the country. Now, our friends on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats, have spent decades attempting to force unreliable, expensive, non-baseload sources of power, things like solar and wind and battery storage, not using the free market, but using mandates and subsidies. That's not how we do things. That doesn't actually reduce costs. This just forces American taxpayers to subsidize those industries. If we end the clean energy mandates and cut through the red tape stifling energy development, we can make energy affordable and reliable for all Americans. But look, since the amendment does not meet the standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, and Wicker. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to see you up there in that chair. I call up my amendment 540 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett, proposes an amendment numbered 540.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment reinstates the thousands of fired National Park Service, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Bureau of Land Management employees. Our public lands, Mr. President, are the crown jewel of America. With drought, wildfire, and record visitation, our public lands are facing more pressures than ever before. Now is not the time to fire dedicated public servants who perform wildfire mitigation, manage visitors, clear trails, permit grazing and mining and oil and gas operations. Fewer boots on the ground means more wildfire risk and less access to our public lands, and puts an enormous burden on communities across the country, from Alaska to North Carolina to Maine.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, Article 2 of the United States Constitution declares the President of the United States to be the person who holds the executive power. He has the discretion to hire and fire those who work in executive branch agencies. Now, for decades, staffing for the federal land and wildlife management and outdoor recreation agencies has been a bipartisan issue. This amendment does not do that. Instead, it attempts to turn federal land management agency employment into a political football. As chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to address issues affecting federal land management and federal land management employees, including finding innovative solutions for their housing, working to ensure that concessionaires have flexibility and are not held up in endless paperwork, and giving land managers flexibility to work with our counties and gateway communities to hire qualified employees and work with gateway community businesses. This is not that amendment. This goes the wrong way, and I oppose it.
Do I have any time left, Mr. President?
6 seconds remaining.
I urge my opponents to vote for this amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Gotcha, thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Thank you. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Thank you. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Boozman, no. You can just kick this one down the can. It's going. You can be Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Crapo, no.
The nays are 52 and the amendment is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52, and this amendment is not agreed to. The senator from California.
I call up my amendment number 316 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from California, Mr. Schiff, proposes amendment number 316.
Mr. President, I stand here on behalf of Western State colleagues, Senators Padilla, Heinrich, Lujan, Bennett, and Hickenlooper, to ask this chamber to take a clear stand on behalf of the firefighters who help fight and prevent wildfires. Wildfires don't discriminate. They hit red states and blue states. And even as deadly and devastating wildfires were burning in LA County, President Trump adopted a freeze on hiring so widespread that is blocking the Forest Service from onboarding the seasonal firefighters we require to prevent future fires. Not only that, President Trump has also empowered an unelected billionaire to run rampant through the ranks of our public servants, not with a scalpel, but with a hatchet. As a result, firefighters who had just finished weeks of around-the-clock shifts fighting these dangerous fires were given a thank you note from their commander-in-chief that said, "Please quit. Please quit." This was the reward our firefighters got. Our amendment would make it very clear we are committed to reversing these cuts to the ranks of wildland firefighters.
The senator's time has expired. The senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Reserve funds that accomplish nothing beyond political messaging are unnecessary and, frankly, distract or delay from the budgeting process. This amendment will in no way impact the brave firefighters who fight our nation's fires out west. These firefighters deserve recognition. They deserve fair pay. In fact, we have the bill that does that, the Wildland Firefighters Paycheck Protection Act. It's bipartisan. It permanently addresses securing increases in their wages. If we want to support our wildland firefighters, let's pass this bill and get it on President Trump's desk. Republicans are committed to protecting our environment and our public lands without suffocating the U.S. economy. I urge my colleagues to do the same and oppose this amendment.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Slotkin, Sullivan, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Lummis, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. The yeas are 48, the nays are 52, the amendment is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52, and the amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1029 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Alaska, Mr. Sullivan, proposes an amendment numbered 1029.
Mr. President, it's going to be a late night with a lot of votes. I want to take this opportunity to demonstrate our strong Republican support for Medicaid and Medicare right now. My amendment is very simple. It says we are going to strengthen and improve Medicaid for the most vulnerable populations and strengthen Medicare so that it's available for years to come. Now, Mr. President, I know my Democratic colleagues are going to try tonight to use scare tactics to message that Republicans don't support these vital programs, but we do. These are critical programs that Republicans support. Heck, President Trump has repeatedly said that these programs are not going to be touched. People rely on Medicare and Medicaid. Alaskans rely on Medicare and Medicaid, and we are here to strongly support them. So we should all agree that we want to weed out waste, fraud, abuse in our healthcare system, including in Medicare and Medicaid, and we must maintain our safety net programs. We can do both, Mr. President, and make them stronger. So I hope every single member of the Senate tonight votes to support my simple amendment, which would strengthen both Medicaid and Medicare for the most vulnerable Americans.
The senator's time has expired.
I ask for everybody's vote.
The senator from Oregon.
I rise in opposition. This amendment claims to protect Medicare and Medicaid, but it does neither. In particular, the Medicaid language seeks to talk about a group called the most vulnerable. Obviously, we care about them, but the language of the Sullivan Amendment would leave millions behind, and we don't want to go there. The language in this amendment is code for kicking Americans with Medicaid coverage off their health insurance if they're not sick enough, not poor enough, or not disabled enough. This amendment does nothing to stop Republicans from cutting these essential health care programs, kicking millions of Americans off their coverage, all to pay for the tax cuts of billionaires. I urge opposition.
Question is on the amendment.
Read the amendment.
The question
It's
is on the
supporting
amendment. Your time has
Medicare and
expired,
Medicaid. It's that simple.
The question is on the amendment.
Call for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell,
Thank you. Sorry, trying. What?
Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49, and the amendment is agreed to. The Democratic leader.
My amendment 776 asks that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes amendment number 776.
President, this amendment is very simple. It allows no billionaires to have any tax cuts if a single dollar of Medicaid funding is cut. The American people need to know where Senate Republicans stand on cuts to Medicaid. On Tuesday, Donald Trump claimed he was opposed to Medicaid cuts. Then Wednesday, he supported it, and today he doubles down and even opened the door to cutting Medicare. He's flip-flopping left and right. So the American people deserve to know, what about Senate Republicans? Where do they stand? Cutting Medicaid to pay for billionaire tax cuts would be a gut punch to working people. Medicaid serves nearly 80 million people across the country in states red and blue, from our sickest kids to our infirm in nursing homes and vulnerable seniors. These are the people we should focus on: kids, seniors, rural Americans, not billionaires. They're doing well enough already. My amendment will ask Republicans, do they really want to cut taxes for billionaires so badly they're willing to take health care away from
Senator's
kids
time has expired.
and kick grandparents out of nursing homes? How are you
Senator's
going to
time
vote,
has
my
expired.
colleagues? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the Democrats know very well that this targeted budget blueprint does not cut Medicaid or Medicare. The blueprint before us focuses on securing the border, strengthening the military, facilitating energy independence, and taking the initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will do one thing and one thing only, and that is reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access to long-term care, especially in already underserved rural communities. Mr. President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of this budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President,
Democratic Leader.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the Ms. Smith, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
Yeah, I'll take one vote and then.
Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kelly, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President.
The senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the momentum that is growing in Washington to gut the Medicaid program is alarming my constituents in Georgia. And I call up my amendment number 407 and ask it to be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia, Mr. Ossoff, proposes an amendment numbered 407.
The sheer number of people affected, Mr. President, in Georgia, 5 out of 7 seniors in nursing homes are covered by Medicaid. Nearly 50% of all births are covered by Medicaid. 2 out of 5 children in Georgia are covered by Medicaid. I was disappointed to see just moments ago the majority adopt an amendment to lay the foundation for deep cuts to Medicaid. I hope we can build bipartisan support for my amendment to ensure that maternal and children's health care through Medicaid is protected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, once again, the targeted budget blueprint before us today is not about cutting Medicare or Medicaid. It doesn't deal with Medicare or Medicaid. It deals with securing the border, strengthening the military, facilitating the energy independence of our country, and taking the initial steps to put our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. And the claims that we've heard continuously tonight, to me, seem just to be the politics of fear in the face of trying to deal with our nation's critical issues. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions, jeopardize patient access to long-term care, especially in our already underserved rural communities. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment today, as it is not relevant to the Finance Committee's instruction.
Mr. President.
The question is on the amendment.
Mr. President, the vote is whether to protect maternal and pediatric health care through Medicaid. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan,
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. You are. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Got you. I got you. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Oh, wait. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and this amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
The senator from the great state of Oregon.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1156 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, proposes an amendment numbered 1156.
Mr. President,
Senate will be in order.
this amendment is simple, it's direct, and I believe the only legislation tonight that is comprehensive on health care that protects Medicaid, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act. It does that by taking cuts to these vital programs off the table in the Senate. So what that means is if you pass this amendment and the House sends us a budget resolution with severe cuts to health care, the Senate will have gone on record as being against the cuts. Let's not jeopardize the health of millions of Americans. Support the amendment.
Mr. President, once again, I think I've said this 10 times tonight, and I'll say it again. The budget blueprint we're working on does not deal with Medicare and Medicaid. It is to secure the border, strengthen the military, and facilitate our energy independence. The instruction given to the Finance Committee deals solely with reversing a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patients' access to long-term care, especially in our rural communities. I've also been advised that this amendment, too, would be corrosive to the privilege of the budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
How much time do I have remaining?
The senator has 24 seconds remaining.
I'll just use my 24 seconds to say the reality is the House is looking at a budget in the Energy and Commerce Committee with the prospect of significant cuts in health care. That's why I want us to go on record. If they send us something that cuts health care severely, we'll be on record as being for protecting health care, and I yield back. No. And pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second?
There appears to be.
There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. Mrs. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds,
You might be standing in line.
Mr. Sanders,
I know.
Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Heidsmith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Moreno, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment.
Order, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 276 to protect seniors relying on Medicaid and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin, proposes an amendment number 276.
We have order, please. Go ahead.
Medicaid is a lifeline for the 8 million seniors who rely on the program to access health care. Medicaid helps almost 2/3 of all nursing home residents have a safe roof over their heads. Republicans would like us to believe that their proposed cuts are tackling waste, fraud, and abuse. But make no mistake, stripping away health care and nursing home funding for our parents and grandparents, it's not reform, nor is it eliminating waste. Rather, it is a deliberate choice to give tax breaks for their billionaire friends instead of ensuring that seniors across the country have access to the long-term care and support they need. It is a deliberate choice to prioritize tax cuts for billionaires over ensuring that nursing homes can keep their doors open. It is a deliberate choice to take away health care from millions of seniors.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I'll just say what I said before. This amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and the nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I did. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Ms. Lummis. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Where did he go? Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Kim, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President,
The
I ask
majority leader.
unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Reed Shaheen, number 299, Paul, number 999, Slotkin, number 664, Van Hollen, number 233, and Shaheen, number 436.
Without objection. The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to call up amendment number 172, which is co-sponsored by my colleagues Senators Lujan and Alsobrooks, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, proposes an amendment numbered 172.
Mr. President, the other day, President Donald Trump said, Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. If that statement had any truth behind it, then my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should be voting for this amendment, which calls for a point of order against any legislation that cuts Medicaid or Medicare. Medicare serves 67 million seniors and people with disabilities, and nearly 80 million Americans rely on Medicaid. Failing to pass this amendment will be a signal that these programs are on the chopping block. This vote will be a test for all of us, particularly my Republican colleagues. Are we going to protect Medicare and Medicaid, or are they, my Republican colleagues, going to use this as a piggy bank for tax cuts for the wealthy? I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I repeat what I've said before, and because this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act, it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego.
In their seats. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, So Tony, I
Mr.
said my
King,
vote, but I just didn't have time to.
Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus,
If it's good, I'll bring you in some of that.
Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley.
Just figure I'll go say my final.
Oh.
Although I'm very happy.
Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody.
Well, that
Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune,
wait a minute.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen,
Wait a minute.
Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
You had
Ms. Warren,
If John were up here.
Mr. Welch,
If John were up here.
Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Lunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hydesmith, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Have the report. Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, before I call up my amendment, I ask that Senator Coons be added as the co-sponsor of the Reed-Sheehan Amendment number 299.
Without objection.
I call up my amendment number 299 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, proposes amendment number 299.
Mr. President, this amendment ensures continued support for the government of Ukraine to stand firm against Russian aggression. For 3 years, Ukraine has fought tooth and nail for its very survival, heroically with...
The Senate will be in order.
Heroically withstanding a barbaric attack and unspeakable violence by Russia. The Ukrainians have achieved hard-won victories and have refused to bend to Putin's demands, but they require continued United States support to sustain their progress. In those same 3 years, in this body, we have heard extensive criticism of the Biden administration's Ukraine policy. They are not going fast enough. They're not allowing Ukraine to be aggressive enough. The strategy is not enabling Ukraine to win on the battlefield. And yet now, when the Trump administration is cutting deals with Putin and walking away from Ukraine, we do not hear much at all, a deafening silence. What's happened? Well, regardless of what's happened, we cannot abandon Ukraine. We cannot rush into a negotiation with a brutal dictator who we know will not stop at Ukraine. He will next turn his sights on NATO allies
Senator's
and the United States to bear an even loss. We must support this amendment.
Senator from
I
Mississippi.
rise in opposition to this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it. There's no greater supporter of Ukraine in this Senate than I am. But this is not the right vehicle. This is a budget to add for national security investment, missile defense, shipbuilding, munitions, cybersecurity, taking care of our troops, and protecting our borders. There's a place to talk about Ukraine. It's not this budget. But passage of this amendment, though members might wish to, will make it harder to pass this very valuable budget, and that's what this is about. That's why even I, a huge supporter of what we're doing in Ukraine, have to vote no on this so we can pass a good budget. I urge a no vote.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? If there appears to be, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Ms. Burkowski. She was a no, right? Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Banks.
I thought the alums were, and the students were happy. But they are
They think they're reliable sources if she is on the list to get shot. And they're really freaked out because of the whole accreditation thing. Remember that they got the accreditation issue?
No.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn.
I did, thank you.
Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Gotcha. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. I got it. Yes. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, and Wyden. Ms. Warren, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schatz, I have you. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Young, no. You did. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Ossoff? Aye. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mr. Welch? Aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sanders, aye.
The amendment is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Kentucky.
It be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes amendment number 999.
Mr. President, the budget bill before us instructs the Senate to find $342 billion in new spending. The budget bill as written is a spending bill. My amendment would add language to cut spending. The cuts would total $1.5 trillion. These cuts mirror the cuts from the House budget resolution that has been passed. This year, the deficit will exceed $2 trillion. It is a fiscal imperative that Congress begin to cut spending.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, all evening we've been pointing out that with this bill, families lose and billionaires win. That is certainly put onto steroids with this amendment, because this amendment would add $250 billion directed at the SNAP program. It would add $1/3 trillion directed at reducing the viability of student loans, and almost $750 billion to devastate Medicaid. Programs that families depend on to be able to thrive, move into the middle class, pursue opportunity. I encourage everyone, if you don't want to have a bill in which families lose, vote no.
There's no further debate. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, yes. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Haggerty, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lemus, Moody, Marino, Paul, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Banks, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Duckworth, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lankford, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Slotkin, Sullivan, Tillis, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wicker. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 76. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Michigan.
Madam President, I am not enjoying my first vote-a-rama, but I do call up my amendment 664 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, proposes amendment number 664.
Madam President, my amendment is simple. It prohibits cuts to the funding and staffing necessary to respond to and control avian flu. This should be an easy no-brainer. Avian flu is jumping between species. We're culling thousands of birds, and egg prices are the highest they've ever been in U.S. history. I want to believe that this body should be able to agree that a biohazard that impacts every single one of our states should be something that we maintain funding for. It's our job to protect our constituents. That's basic. Avian flu is a threat. You know it. I know it. The world knows it. I urge you to put partisanship aside, vote for this very simple amendment, maintain funding and staffing on avian flu.
Madam President.
The senator from Arkansas.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to amendment number 664. Agriculture Secretary Rollins and the White House have made clear that addressing avian influenza is a top priority. While I share my colleague from Michigan's concerns about avian flu, this is not the appropriate venue for policy discussions on animal disease. This budget resolution is focused on securing the border, strengthening the military, and bolstering American energy independence. I look forward to working with the senator from Michigan, a fellow member who we're glad to have on the Agriculture Committee, a new member, to address animal disease threats in the Farm Bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment.
The questions on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Schumer, aye.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 233 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, for himself, and Ms. Hirono proposes an amendment number 233.
Madam President, I offer this amendment with my colleague, Senator Hirono. It's very straightforward. It creates a point of order against any legislation that would cut funding from the National School Lunch Program. Thank you, Madam President. It creates a point of order against any provision that would cut funding from the National School Lunch Program or the School Breakfast Program. I think our colleagues know that nearly 14 million American children were hungry last year. 1 in 5 kids don't know where their next meal will come from or what it will be. So to ensure that those kids get healthy meals and can focus on their education and their studies instead of their stomachs, 91% of public schools participate in the USDA Meals Program. Over half of our kids are eligible for free and reduced lunch programs. It provides breakfast programs for over 2 billion of those a year. So colleagues, let's not abandon those kids in order to provide tax cuts for Elon Musk and very rich people, and I urge adoption of our amendment.
Madam President,
The senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to amendment number 233. I appreciate the concerns of my colleague from Maryland, and I share his support for the school meal programs. I'm eager for the Agriculture Committee to turn to child nutrition reauthorization this Congress. However, this amendment threatens the privilege of the resolution. Senators on the Ag Committee are open-minded and welcoming of our colleagues' involvement in important child nutrition programs. However, the budget process is not the proper venue to make policy changes to our school meals programs, and for this reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Madam President, since the amendment does not meet the standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. I yield back.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays and urge its adoption.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Highsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no.
Well, I think he's going to be two things. One, he's got this incredible following. And there's a lot of optimism among some for his kind of processed food and that sort of thing. So if we can double down on that optimism and distract him from the negative.
I think if you can pull that off, we'll make you, Time Magazine, take the crown off Trump and we'll put it on you. You're Bill Cassidy, Dr. Bill Cassidy.
I'm not sure.
That's a good plan. If you can figure out how to, get them some, positive strokes on tobacco and food and, those kinds of things, and keep them from the other stuff, I'll be the biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, that'd be good. And yeah, I'm with you. And I think that his actually roots as a Democrat. I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't mind kind of bridging that a little bit. And so if there's issues important to the other side, so to speak, from Trump, then so I'm hoping that appeals to him.
Do you have any interest in trying to get some oxygen back for the PDM bill? Because we got a 26-0 vote in the Senate Finance Committee, and I told Mike I'd really like to see us do this.
We're hoping to get it in the March bill.
Ben,
Great. Health had a PBM component too. So we're trying to do that in the March bill, which would be a pay-for community health centers.
Great.
So
We'll check with Mr. Okay. That would be very, very exciting. Axios ran a story today that basically said,
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls. The Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Lujan, number 699, Duckworth Booker, number 971, Heinrich, number 101, and Blumenthal, number 659.
Without objection. The Senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 436 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Shaheen, for herself and Ms. Baldwin, proposes an amendment numbered 436.
This amendment would extend vital Affordable Care Act tax credits for millions of Americans. We all know that health care is still too expensive. Unfortunately, this reconciliation bill that we're ultimately going to vote on is going to make that worse. In New Hampshire, we hear every day about people rationing medicines, skipping appointments, and delaying care, all because of costs. But we can act now to lower those costs. We can extend those premium tax credits, because if we don't act, they will skyrocket and 4 million Americans will lose their health insurance. I urge a yes vote on my amendment to reinforce our support for working families and their access to health care.
Mr. President.
Sir, Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, once again, this targeted budget blueprint before us would focus on the border, the military, and our energy independence. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion instruction, this is neither a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. That instruction makes that clear. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment today, as it is not relevant to the Finance Committee instruction.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah. Just to hold you up.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Batter.